Hey everybody, I just took delivery of the brand new DCS C-130J by Airplane Simulation Company, and this thing will allow you to do airdrops. This is going to be a long video. I'm going to show you me going through all the training missions for the C-130J. Just sit back and relax and enjoy it. Baltic Dragon did the majority of the training missions, but there is a cold and dark startup from Sedlo Simulations. I did the cold and dark startup from Sedlo Simulations, and it was great. And as always, Baltic Dragon did a great job. If you've never checked out a Baltic Dragon campaign, you need to. They do superb work. All right, let's get started with the training sorties.
Done.
Welcome to the C-130J cold start tutorial. In this mission, we'll walk you through the complete cold start procedure, step by step. By the end, you'll be ready to get this magnificent bird up and running. A quick note before we begin. Throughout this tutorial, you'll hear me say, response positive. This refers to a command that you can bind to your HOTAS, making it easier to advance through the steps. If you haven't already, I highly recommend setting this up. However, if you prefer, you can simply press the spacebar to move forward. Now, it's crucial to follow the instructions precisely. Rushing ahead can cause problems with the mission triggers, so please just follow along and do exactly what I say when I say. Don't worry, I'll be with you every step of the way. For each step, you'll receive detailed verbal instructions, and we'll also highlight the relevant switches and buttons in the cockpit. This way, you'll know exactly what to do and where to find it. Alright, you ready to get started? Press spacebar or your response positive command, and let's bring the C-130J to life. Okay, let's begin. Control boost switches on and guarded. Look up at the top of the overhead panel and make sure all the control boost switches are covered by the red guard. Press spacebar or the bind for response positive when you have confirmed they are all closed. Great, first step complete. Next, set all oil cooler flap switches to automatic. Click on the bottom part of the Y-shaped switch to select automatic. Once all switches are set, we'll proceed. Excellent. Next step is to turn the generator switches on. This will ensure that the engines will start providing electrical power as soon as they are started. Excellent. Let's verify the battery switch status. Look to the battery switch and confirm it's in the off position. Once verified, press spacebar or response positive to proceed to the next step. Okay, battery switch is off. Great, let's check the external power APU switch is in the off position. Press spacebar or response positive when you've checked the switch. Next, ensure the ice protection propeller switches are off. Confirm the switches are off. Press spacebar or response positive to continue. Great job. Now we'll work on the bleed air panel. The bleed air system takes high pressure air from the engines and or the APU and delivers it to many locations of the aircraft. Set both the left and right isolation valves to auto. Press spacebar or response positive when ready to proceed. Ensure that the emergency depressurization switch is closed and guarded. Auto rate is set to normal, and move the pressurization mode switch to auto. Great. Now let's configure the fuel system. Ensure both dump switches are closed and guarded. Also, set the fuel tank selector knob to all off. Press spacebar or response positive when complete. Check to ensure the aircraft's exterior lights are off. Press spacebar or response positive when this is verified. Okay, exterior lights are off. Now let's check the FADEC and propeller controls. FADEC stands for Full Authority Digital Engine Control. This system automates many aspects of the engine controls and monitors it for performance and efficiency. Let's set FADEC switches normal, propeller control switches normal, ATCS on and guard down, prop sync on. Press spacebar or response positive when this is checked. Next, we will check the fire and engine start switches. Verify fire engine handles in, engine start switches off. Press spacebar or response positive when this is done. Let's check the APU panel. APU stands for Auxiliary Power Unit, and it's essentially a small jet engine that provides electrical power and bleed air to the aircraft when the main engines are offline. The APU on the C-130 is located near the left main landing gear. Verify APU handle in, APU control switch stop. Press spacebar or response positive when complete. Next up is the ELT panel. ELT stands for Emergency Locator Transmitter, and it's a small radio that sends a signal out to mark the location of a downed aircraft. The ELT is set to automatically start to transmit when an impact is detected, or it can be manually selected on by the crew. Verify that the ELT is armed and pinned. Press spacebar or response positive to continue. Ensure that the windshield wipers are off. Press spacebar or response positive to continue. Check the air condition and underfloor fan is set to off. Press spacebar or response positive when complete. Verify the landing gear lever is down. Press spacebar or response positive when you've checked this. Now we'll confirm the landing lights are off. Landing lights set to off and hold. Press spacebar or response positive to continue. Now the hydraulic panel. Aux pump off. Anti-skid on. Excellent. Now let's check the aerial delivery panel. Ramp door switch off. Air deflector switch close. Press spacebar or response positive when this is complete. Okay, now we are ready to begin to apply electrical power to the aircraft. First job is to locate the battery test switch on the overhead console. Click and hold the switch to the left into the AV position. Ensure the voltage indicates at least 24 volts of direct current. Now click and hold the switch to the right to the utility position and ensure there's at least 24 volts showing. Good. Now we are ready to turn on the aircraft battery. Action the battery switch down to turn it on. The 4 large screens in front of you are the head-down displays, or HDDs. They are numbered 1 through 4, starting on the left. Watch for HDD 1 and 2 to come online shortly. Along with the 2 HDDs, the pilot's CNIMU will turn on as well. CNIMU stands for Communication, Navigation, and Identification Management Unit. It's a critical component of the aircraft's advanced avionics system, and it essentially acts as the central hub for managing all communication, navigation, and IFF functions. The third and final thing to check is to ensure that the 3 landing gear position indicators are showing 3 green. This means the landing gear are down and there are no faults. You can press the Master Caution Reset button in front of you to silence the alarms.
Okay, now we are almost ready to start the APU. Ensure that you are on the Power Up page on the pilot CNI. Press spacebar or response positive when you're on this page.
Excellent. Now we'll move on to starting the APU. First step is to turn on some exterior lights and let everyone know that things are beginning to happen around the aircraft. Set the external lights, top strobe switch red, navigation lights bright and flash.
Now we need to ensure that the APU bleed is off by ensuring there is no green light inside the button. Press spacebar or response positive when you've confirmed that there is no green light.
Okay, it's time to start the APU. Turn the knob to the start position and hold it there until the green light appears. Once that happens, you can release the knob and it'll click back to the run position. The APU is starting. Monitor the EGT, the exhaust gas temperature, to ensure it stays below 680 degrees. If it climbs above that, abort the APU start by turning the switch to stop. If the fire light illuminates, pull the fire handle to the right. Great job. APU is up and running. Now turn the external power APU switch to APU. This will excellent. Now that the APU is providing power, more aircraft systems will start to come online. Let's get the HUD down and turn it on. Click on the spot of the HUD's hinge to lower it into place. Okay, HUD is down. Just to the right is the HUD mode selector. Select Tactical and Nav. Last step is to turn the HUD on itself by pulling the knob out. Okay, great.
Nice.
Let's make sure the radar is set to off. Press spacebar or response positive when complete. Okay, let's verify the fuel panel is set up correctly. Left and right dump switches closed. FLCV test switch off. Cross ship switch closed. Transfer switches off. Cross feed switches closed. SPR valve and drain valve closed off. Tank select off. Press spacebar or response positive to continue. Time to test the smoke detectors. To do this, we're going to look up to the AMU panel, which sits above the HDD displays. AMU stands for Avionics Management Unit, and there are 4 on the Herc, 2 for the pilot and 2 for the co-pilot. On the pilot's AMU, press the pre-flight soft key. Now on the left AMU, you should see smoke detector on the top left soft key. Once you press this, the smoke detector test will run. 3 seconds after pressing this, you will hear alarms and should see warnings on the ACOS display. Ensure that these warnings appear. Smoke under deck, smoke left forward cargo, smoke aft cargo, smoke right forward cargo. Go ahead and run the smoke detector test now. Okay, smoke detector test is underway. Watch for the following warnings on the ACOS. Okay, smoke detector test is complete. Now we do the fire detection test. Fire test initiated. Watch for these warnings on the ACOS. Look to see that the fire lights are illuminated on the overhead panel. Fire detection test complete. Now we need to reset any tripped electronic circuit breakers, or ECBs. Press the ECB button on the COM nav breaker panel. Now press the number 2 on the CNBP and then the top left soft key to put the ECB page up on HDD2. Great, you should now see the ECB page on HDD2. Okay, now we see the ECB page on HDD2 and it shows several breakers that we must reset before engine start. What we need to do is enter each number and then reset them. An easy way to do this is to enter all ECB numbers shown, one after the other with no spaces. Then we press reset twice. Type 108, 109, 481, 482, 483, 609, 613, 902 into the CMBP scratchpad and press the soft key for reset twice. Once you do, the ECB page will be cleared of faults. If you don't clear the ECB panel before engine start, bad things can happen, such as engine fires. Beware. Okay, all popped ECBs have been reset. Now press the top left soft key to get the engine ACOS page back up on HDD2. Okay, the engine ACOS page should now be up on HDD2. Press spacebar or response positive to continue. Great, now let's test the warning lamps. Action the switch up and down to test the lamp lights. Check that all lamp lights are on. Great, we've checked the lights and lamps. Let's get the bleed air going now. Turn on APU bleed air by pressing the APU bleed air button on the overhead panel. Watch for the green light to illuminate and that bleed air pressure is within limits. Okay, watch to make sure the bleed air pressure is within limits. Now we open the nacelle shutoff switches. All engine nacelle bleeds are open. Now close the APU bleed and watch the pressure. Okay, APU bleed off. Now we'll need to wait for the pressure to drop to 30 psi and then we'll start a 22-second timer. When that 22 seconds has passed, the pressure must be higher than 15 psi. If it's 15 or below, we have a problem. Bleed psi is 30. Start the clock. If it gets to 15 in less than 22 seconds, we have a problem. Okay, it's been 22 seconds and the bleed air pressure is greater than 15 psi. We're good to go. Now we put the nacelle shutoff switches back to auto. Great, all nacelle bleeds are back to auto. Now open the APU bleed air again. Okay, APU bleed is open. Now let's close the left and right isolation valves and the divider valve. When we do, watch for the appropriate ACOS warnings. Did you see these advisories on the ACOS? Yes? Good. Now put the isolation and divider valves back to auto. Great. All isolation switches are back to auto. Okay, now let's set up the air conditioning panel. Flight station and cargo compartment power switches on. Flight station and cargo compartment temperature manual switches off. Cross flow valve manual switch off. Underfloor fan switch, fan. When this is set, press spacebar or response positive to continue. Okay, time to check the trim. Ensure that the elevator trim tab power switch is in the off position. When verified, with the trim switch on the yoke, dial in some elevator trim, up and down. There should be no movement of the trim tab indicator. Once you've checked this, press spacebar or response positive to continue. Now we will check the trim tab emergency power. Put the trim tab power switch into emergency. Try using the trim on the yoke. There should be no movement. Press spacebar or response positive when you've checked this. Now, use the emergency aileron and elevator stick to move the elevator trim up and down. This should operate the trim. Once you've run the trim up and down in this setting, we will continue. Can you see the trim position indicator move down? Good. Ensure the trim indicator is moving up. Excellent. Emergency elevator trim controls are checked. Now put the elevator trim tab switch into the normal position. Use the trim on the yoke to run the elevator trim up and down through the full range of motion. Make sure the movement is shown and correct on the elevator trim indicator. When you're satisfied with the elevator trim, set it to 0 and press spacebar or response positive to continue. Move the aileron and rudder trims through their full range of motion and then return them to center. Make sure to watch the trim position indicators to make sure this is working as it should. When this is complete, press spacebar or response positive to continue.
Alright, so I'm watching right here, these three: elevator, rudder, ailerons. They do move, I'm satisfied.
Time to check the CNIMU. Ensure that you're on the power up page of the CNIMU. Press spacebar or response positive when you are on this page. Look to see that the CNIMU NavAid database is valid and the mission date is entered correctly. Also, look to see if the aligned pause is correct. If the aligned position data is not visible, just stand by till it is. It takes about 3 minutes from the time the APU power is selected on. Once the aligned position data is on the CNI, you can press Auto Nav.
Looks like it's in, right there.
Excellent. Auto nav is now on. Now in 1 minute 25 seconds on HDD1 and on the HUD, you should see the pitch ladder appear. Once this is visible, we will select Master Avionics On, but not before.
Oh, sick. Haha, cool. I like how the HUD's got a tint to it. You can see a lot better.
Okay, time to select Master Avionics on the pilot CNI. Alright, master avionics is now on. Now let's confirm the weight and balance and the perf init weights are verified. Press index on the CNIMU. Now press the weight and balance soft key. Let's verify the fuel load. It should be 17.5. And now back to the power up page. Now we're going to tackle some more things on the CNIMU. First step is to build and or check the route that's programmed into the aircraft. When you spawn in, the C-130J will have the waypoints from the mission editor built into the CNI already. You'll have to type the destination field though. Let's get started. Press the Route 1 button on the CNIMU. Now we'll type the destination into the CNI, which is UG5X. That third character there is the number 5. Go ahead and type that into the CNI. Now press the destination soft key. Okay, now we'll cycle through the route on the CNI. Press next page to step through the route. Once you step through the route, press spacebar or response positive to continue.
Here we go. Route looks good.
Now activate the route by pressing activate. Now press execute. Now that the route is in the system, we can start putting performance numbers in. Press perf init to continue. Again, we'll double check the aircraft fuel and weight. So it should be 17.5 pounds of fuel and a gross weight of 103.7. That's next page.
17.5.
Here we will check the climb speeds and set the transition altitude. The transition altitude is the altitude which the climb will change our altimeters over to the ICAO standard, which is 29.92 inches of mercury, or 1013 millibars. Today, this just happens to be the same altimeter setting we have on the ground. Enter 7,000 in the CNI scratch pad now. Now press the trans alt soft key. Okay, transition altitude is in. Press the next page button to continue. Now we're on the cruise page. We can see here our cruise altitude is set at 3,000. What we need to do now is put in the upper level winds. Today the winds are light out of the east at 12 knots. Enter 090/12 into the CNI scratch pad now. Now press the cruise wind soft key to enter the winds into the aircraft. Press next page to see the descent page. We will now check and set the TOLD data. TOLD stands for takeoff and landing. Press the TOLD index soft key now. We are now on the TOLD index page. First we will fill out the drag index. The drag index is a number that represents the drag coefficient for a particular aircraft with a particular configuration. This information might be found at the end of the aircraft manual, or the mission maker may give you this in the briefing package. Today our drag index is 10. Enter 10 in the scratch pad and press the soft key adjacent to the drag index. Now we will enter our departure airport and runway into the top right field. Enter UGKS/09 into the scratch pad and press the top right soft key, the one opposite of the TOLD init. Now press TOLD init. Okay, we are now on the TOLD init page. On the left side of the pilot CNI, you can see a field for slope. This is the average runway slope, and it can be either positive or negative. The runway we're taking off from has no slope, so enter 0 in the scratch pad and press the soft key next to slope. Now we will enter the surface winds. Put 090/09 into the scratch pad and press the soft key next to surface winds. The next field to enter is the temperature. It's currently -5 Celsius outside, so enter -5 into the scratch pad and press the soft key next to temperature. Excellent. Now we will enter the altimeter setting. This can be entered in inches of mercury or in millibars. The altimeter setting here is 1013 millibars or 29.92 inches of mercury. Enter either value and press the soft key next to barrel. The next field is for the climb winds. So if we're only planning on flying at 3,000 feet on this hop, it's not really necessary to do this. But we're going to do it anyway. Enter the climb winds of 080/12 into the scratch pad and press the soft key next to climb winds. Now press the takeoff data soft key on the lower left of the CNI to get to the takeoff data page.
Okay, on this page we see several numbers. Make note of all of these, but especially power, 4705 horsepower, refusal speed equals 97 knots, V rotate is 97 knots, and V OBS equals 114 knots. Once you have these numbers written down, press spacebar or response positive to continue. Now that we have these numbers written down, we'll enter them in the mission computer. Press the MC index on the CNI. Press the soft key on the left for D speeds. Now we'll enter the speeds from the takeoff data here. The refusal speed is the speed which you decide whether to take off or abort if you have a problem. Anything below that speed and you can safely reject the takeoff if performed correctly. Anything above this speed you must go fly. The V2 V OBS is the speed you should climb away at. Refusal V1 equals 97. VR V rotate is 97 as well. The V2 V OBS is 114. Enter the above values into the CNI and press the spacebar or response positive to continue. Okay, we are now onto section 3 of the cockpit setup checks, which is the ref mode panel. Have a look up at the ref mode select knob. It should be straight up on the IAS position, and the value to the right should read 114. If any other value than 114 is here, it means you did not set up the V2 VOBS correctly in the mission computer. Go and correct this if needed. Once it shows 114 in the window, rotate the knob once to the left. Okay, this is the RADAL setting page. You can rotate the ref set knob on the right to change the altitude, which will get a warning tone as you descend below a certain altitude. Change this if you want to. Otherwise, rotate the ref select knob to the left again to set takeoff horsepower. We will now set the takeoff horsepower into the ref select using the formula takeoff data rounded to the nearest 50 and subtract 200. So in our case, it's 4700 minus 200 equals 4500. When we set this into the aircraft, a hash mark will appear on the HP display. We will reference this on takeoff. If the engines are not producing the required horsepower as we're going down the runway, we will know that the engines will not give us the performance we are expecting, and we may wish to abort the takeoff at that time. Rotate the ref select knob until the value reads 4500. Once this is set, rotate the ref mode knob clockwise to the FPA setting.
Okay, this is the FPA setting, which is the flight path attitude. This is a reference we'll see on the HUD and the primary flight display, which will indicate the amount of pitch up we'll need to make our performance targets. A normal takeoff will rotate the nose up at 3 degrees per second, but during a max effort takeoff, it's crucial to get the nose to this position at a rate of 5 degrees per second to ensure obstacle clearance. Today our thrust rate is under 145,000 pounds, so we'll set the FPA to positive 7.4. Set the FPA to plus 7.4, and then rotate the ref mode clockwise again until you get to minimums. Now this setting will determine when the warning system will verbally announce minimums. Set this to the local approach minimums of whatever destination you're flying into. Let's set this to 200 and then rotate the knob back to IAS. Now we will set the AMU. Ensure that you're on the main menu on the AMU page and press the spacebar or response positive to continue. Press the PFD soft key on the AMU. This will bring up the sources used for the primary flight display. The pilot sources should all be on 1, while the co-pilot sources should all be on number 2. Since we're flying from the pilot seat, make sure the FD source is on pilot. When you've confirmed this, press the main menu soft key on the AMU. Now press the nav select soft key on the AMU. Here we need to confirm the following. Pilot nav is CDI iNav 1. Pointer 1 is TAC 1. Pointer 2 is TAC 2. When confirmed, press the main menu soft key on the AMU. Now we're going to set the nav radar onto HDD1. Press HDD1 soft key to get the nav radar display on HDD1. Good. Now press the overlay soft key. Here we can change the parameters of the nav radar display. I prefer to take off with the range set to 10 nautical miles. To set that, press the range soft key. Now press the soft key next to the 10. Press the overlay soft key again. Let's also make sure that everything else in the nav radar display is to our liking. You can set how the heading tape is displayed, magnetic, true, or grid. You can also set to display the RWR on the nav radar as well. Let's put the RWR up on the nav radar display by pressing the RWR self key. Great, that's all set up. press the main menu soft key up. Next we'll have a look at the ACOS page. We'll check the warnings and advisories that are there and store any that we want to ignore for now. The only thing showing right now should be the anti-skid advisory. We want to keep that up on the display so we won't store it for now. TAWS stands for Terrain Awareness and Warning System, and it helps increase awareness to the flight crew about the terrain surrounding their aircraft. Let's put that up on HDD4 by pressing the TAWS soft key on the Copilot AMU. Now press the HDD4 soft key. Perfect. Now we'll go back to the main menu on the Copilot AMU.
Okay, now it's time to set up our communication radios and our intercom using the Pilot CNI. Press the COM soft key on the CNI now. Now we'll enter the ground control frequency of 132.0. Don't forget the decimal place when you enter this number. After that's in the scratch pad, press button right 3 on the Pilot.
Okay, radio is tuned to 132.0. In order to hear things in our headsets, we'll need to turn on the intercom, select which radios to monitor, adjust their volumes, and select which radio we will transmit on. Pull the radio knobs out for both VHF1 and the UHF1 radios. Rotate the volume knobs to about mid-range. Also, cockpit setup complete. Now we'll begin the before starting engines checklist. First 8 items were things we've already verified. The intercom is checked and set, power up checklist complete, cockpit setup complete, exterior lighting panel set. The top strobe is on red and the nav lights are flashing. Clear the APU, not applicable. The APU is running. The external power APU switch is on APU, and the fuel management panel is checked. Next step is to reset the FADEC switches. Reset all 4 of these now. Excellent, all FADECs are reset. Now we'll need to reset all the NIUs, which stands for Nacelle Interface Units. Make sure on the main page of the AMU, press spacebar or response positive when you're there. Okay, from here, press AMU button 2 labeled Engine. Okay, we're now on the engine page of the AMU. Press button 1 to get into the engine diagnostics page. Okay, now we have the engine diagnostics page up. Press button 4 to get into the NIU reset page. On the AMU to the right, you will see the NIU reset page. Cycle through the engines by pressing button 1. On each engine, press the NIU reset button to reset each one. When this is complete, press spacebar or response positive to continue.
There is a lot of stuff to go through on this aircraft, isn't there? Pretty sweet.
Great. All NIUs are reset. Let's get back to the main engine data page by pressing button 1 on the pilot's left. Okay, we are back on the engine data page. We will leave it here for now and move our attention to the standby attitude indicator. Uncage it by rotating the knob slightly to align the horizontal. We are now going to check that the low speed ground idle lights, LSGI, will illuminate and disengage. Ensure the throttles are in the ground idle position. You can reference the pilot's right AMU and see the PLA values are about 17.5. PLA is the number that references the angle of the power levers. A PLA of 17.5 is ideal for ground idle, but anywhere between 16.0 and 18.0 will work. Now press the low speed ground idle buttons under each throttle and make sure all 4 are illuminated. Okay, all throttles indicate LSGI. Now move all the throttles forward to the flight idle position. Watch and make sure that note that all LSGI lights are off. Now move the throttle back into ground idle. Good, the throttles are back to ground idle. Press the LSGI buttons below each throttle and make sure they are illuminated. Next in the before starting engines check is to ensure we've completed the bleed air panel setup and the air conditioning panel setup. Since we've already gotten to this stage, we will call both of those set. Next step is to ensure the ramp and door controls are set to neutral. This is a loadmaster or a crew chief item, so we'll say that they're checked. Now we will check the hydraulics. Set anti-skid switch on. Emergency brake select switch, emergency. Aux pump switch on when the pressure is checked. Engine pump switches on, the lights should be out. Suction boost pump switches on with the lights out. Next item is to confirm with the crew chief that the nose landing gear, NLG, pin and chocks are removed. Before starting engine checks complete. The engines may be started in any order, but number 3 is typically started first, then number 4, number 2, and number 1 last. This is due to the aerospace ground equipment, or age, that is typically connected to the left side of the aircraft. There's lots of things to do and monitor when you're starting the engine, so be prepared. First, ensure the engine display is on HDD number 2. Press spacebar or response positive to continue. When the engine start switch is turned on, we will be looking for several things. First off, we'll note the green light next to the start switch becomes illuminated. Then we'll check the engine display on HDD2 to see a box around the engine readouts and ensure the clock has started. We'll check to see that there's a bleed air pressure drop, and we'll note the NG, engine oil pressure, and fuel flow are showing movement. And finally, we'll note the engine lights off, the gearbox pressure is within limits, and that beta shows on the engine display. Okay, you got all that? Let's go. Turn and hold engine 3's starter switch to the start position until the green light comes on. Engine's boxed on the display and the clock has started. Did you see the bleed air pressure drop? I hope so. Note the oil pressure is coming up and the fuel flow is flowing. Okay, the start light is off and the engine is stabilized. Now we repeat the process for engine number 4. Let's start engine 2 now.
And finally, let's start engine 1.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, all engines have started successfully. Only one more item left, and that is to reset the FedEx one last time. Starting engines checklist complete. Okay, now we will get into the before taxi checklist. First step is to close the APU bleed air valve. Now we'll upspeed the engines by taking each out of LSGI. It's time to start the anti-ice system test. While that test is running, we'll test the flight controls. Ready to begin? Put the engine anti-ice on now. Great. Now move the wing empennage switch to anti-ice. And put it back into de-ice. Great, the bit test is running, and we'll set the flaps and start checking the flight controls. Set flaps to 50%. Great, flaps are set at 50. Now cycle the flight controls. Yoke all the way forward, all the way back, left and right. Also check the rudder pedal movements, left and right. Yoke forward. Yoke back. Yoke left. Yoke right. Rudder left. Okay, flight controls are free and correct. Now we need to put the PFD, primary flight display, back onto HDD1 and HDD4 for the pusher test. Press spacebar or response positive when you have done this. Ensure the pilot AMU is on main menu and press the GCAWS, TAWS, and stall soft key. For this mission, we want to make sure the TAWS, GCAWS, stall warning, and pusher are all on. Press spacebar or response positive to continue. We will now perform the pusher test. If the aircraft detects that it is approaching or is in the stall condition, the control column will push forward in an emergency attempt to lower the AOA. By performing this pusher test, we will check that it does in fact work, and that we can override it by pressing the autopilot disconnect switch on the yoke. Once we press the pusher test soft key, nothing will happen immediately. In about 11 seconds, the yoke will be forced forward by the system. Once this happens, you must press the autopilot disconnect button on your yoke, which will stop the pusher. You must do these steps in order to pass the pusher test. Okay, pusher test now. Okay, the 11-second timer has begun. Do not move the yoke at all.
Stall, 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 stall. Stall, 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 Stall. Stall.
Press Autopilot disconnect now. Good job. The stick pusher test is complete. Note, if the ACOS indicates the test has failed, run it again. Okay, press spacebar or response positive to continue. Okay, it's been a minute 30 since we've started the ice protection bit test. Check to make sure the bit is cleared on the ACOS, and then put the wing empennage switch back to anti-ice, and the engine anti-ice switch back to auto. Great, now we will ensure the prop anti-ice switches are in auto. Now we move on to the automatic flight control system, AFCS, and the autopilot check. Press the heading button and the select button on the pilot mode select. Now turn on the autopilot. Okay, the autopilot is on. Now use the heading adjust knob and turn the bug to the left and to the right of the aircraft's current heading. The yoke should turn in the direction indicated on the HSI, and so should the flight director bar. When you've done this, and when you're satisfied, press spacebar or response positive to continue. Now use the autopilot turn wheel to check roll left and roll right. The yoke should follow these commands. Press spacebar or response positive to continue. Excellent. Now use the autopilot pitch up and down to check the yoke movement forward and back. When you've checked this, return the yoke to the center and press the autopilot disconnect one time to listen to the oral warning, and then press it again.
Autopilot. 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 Autopilot.
Excellent. Now it's time to set the takeoff trim. Set the pitch trim to 0 and ensure the aileron and rudder trims are neutral. Press spacebar or response positive to continue. Okay, now we'll set the air conditioning panel for this flight. Set the flight station and cargo compartment power on, and the underfloor switch to heat/fan. AC panel is set. Okay, set the radar to on. Set the nav lights to steady. Okay, nav lights are on steady. All that's left is to turn on the taxi light and release the parking brake. The tutorial is ended. Go fly and do something fun.
Just to save you guys some time, what I've noticed, if you do the Sedlo simulations, cold and dark start, you can skip the cockpit overview, power up, cockpit prep, engine start from Baltic. Or if you'd rather do the Baltic, you can just start with mission number 1 and skip the cold and dark startup. Mission 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the Baltic Dragon is just a cold and dark startup. So if you do the Sedlo simulations one, these are just going to be a repeat of what you just did. Instead of in one single mission, they split it up into 4 different missions.
We're now going to perform the last checks before taxiing. You're going to have to do a departure brief, contact ground, get to the active runway, talk to the tower, and take off. Ready?
Yep.
Okay, normally at this stage there's a specific task flow between the pilot and the co-pilot. But I'm going to let you work both yours and my parts of the checklist, at least the items that you can easily reach from your seat. Okay?
If you have to, I already have a lot to do with my part.
Yeah, I know. But we're going to have to do it that way. That way you can see both seats and how they both do the checklist. So the first thing is to set the flaps to 50%. This is normally done by the co-pilot, but go ahead and be my guest.
Set 50%.
Disable low speed by pressing all 4 low speed ground idle buttons before the ice protection system test.
Okay, so this is my second time going through this. The first time, they already had the low speed systems in high, and so it was backwards. And when I went through the training, I ended up shutting the power off later when they told me to re-engage those. So basically, it was backwards, so it turned them off, and then I lost all power to the aircraft. So while he's talking at first, when you first start this training mission, come down here and turn all these on real quick, because they're supposed to be, the low speed ground idle is supposed to be on, but this training mission right now, they are off. And by the time you get to the end, it's going to be backwards, and all hell's going to break loose. So while he's talking at the beginning, make sure you look down and flip these on, and that should flip the mission to where it's correct. So let's go ahead and do what he says now.
Okay, low speed is off.
Now move the engine de-icing switch above your head from auto to on.
It is on.
We're now going to wait for the engine anti-ice on message to show and stay. Normally we do this only on the first flight of the day if icing conditions exist or are anticipated.
Roger.
Good, the caution is on. Move the engine switch back to auto.
Okay, done.
Cycle the anti-ice switch.
Done.
Re-engage the low-speed ground idle buttons.
Low speed set for all 4 engines.
Now we'll perform the stall warning system test, which is called a pusher test. Enter the GCAS install page from the main menu.
There.
Ensure that the stall warning is on, the pusher is on, and when ready, press the LSK next to the pusher test.
Pressed. Nothing happens.
Just wait for it. Hold the control column in the neutral position.
Once you see it start moving,
Whoa!
push your controller forward and then hit the autopilot button.
That means the system's working.
It's not pushing it all the way forward, and I got stuck on one of the other missions.
So let's move on to the autopilot. We're going to test his responses to the heading change on the ground and the disengage switch on the yoke.
Okay.
First, press the heading button on the reference set mode select panel.
Okay. I have the heading legend displayed and a yellow vertical bar visible on the PFD.
Yeah, as you should. Now use the heading knob on the heading and course selector control panel to move the light blue bezel on the HS side to say, let's do 150. When ready, enable the autopilot.
The yoke is turning to the right to intercept the desired heading.
Yes. Now disable the heading.
Done.
Play with the wheel on the AFCS control panel. See how the controls react.
Okay.
When ready to move on, press the Autopilot disengage button on the yoke.
Autopilot. Autopilot. Autopilot.
I'm getting the
Autopilot.
AP disengage function.
Autopilot. Autopilot.
Press the
Autopilot.
disengage switch again to cancel the
Autopilot.
warning, and then return the
Autopilot.
controls to the neutral position. Let me know when you're ready to continue.
Okay, let's move on.
Alright, check the flight controls. Move the control column, yoke, and rudder pedals to their limits in all directions.
Flight controls checked.
Good. Halo on the rudder trim is set to 0, as you can see on the gauges above the pilot lighting panel. Elevator trim is set depending on the location of the center of the aircraft's gravity, but today we're pretty light. Okay, what's next? Normally I would close the APU bleed air valve, but I'll go ahead and let you do this.
Closed.
Okay. The air conditioning panel on my side is set. Now all we have to do is turn the radar master switch to on.
Nav radar is on.
Okay? Don't forget to close the ramp.
Right. Stand by. Loadmaster, clear the ramp.
Ramp is clear.
Closing the ramp. And ramp is closed.
Before taxi checks complete. Alright, I want you to pull up the checklist for the departure briefing and read it to me now.
Roger. Stand by. All right, here we go. Departure briefing. We'll do a left seat, normal takeoff. Takeoff data. Gross weight 129,000. Predicted horsepower 4750. Runway 067. V1 and VR at 106. V2 at 121. Flaps up. Safety speed is 135. Departure procedures. We'll climb to 2,000 feet on runway heading, then 3 nautical miles from take-in station, we'll turn to 064 and fly to exit east. We will then turn southeast towards waypoint 2 and commence our climb. Noise abatement procedures, keep south from the city of Kutaisi. Transition altitude is 7,000 feet. No hazardous terrain or obstacles during takeoff and departure.
Good. Contact ground and request taxi.
Roger. Kutaisi ground, heavy 1-1, request taxi.
Heavy 1-1, Kutaisi ground. Taxi Alpha, hold short, runway 07.
Heavy 1-1, taxi Alpha, hold short, runway 07.
Check the Okay, altimeter setting.
Altimeter set to 29.90, reading 160 feet.
Same here. Standby altimeter.
Check, set to 29.90, reading 160 feet.
Departure reveal.
No changes. Initial heading 064, 2,000 feet at exit east.
Departure review complete. Set the radar to monopulse ground map.
MGM is set.
Alright, now it's time to get out of the low-speed ground idle. You can taxi in LSGI mode, but then you need to make sure that the APU is running. If you look at the system status display, you'll see that the APU only generates electrical power right now with all 4 engines in LSGI.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, switch engines 1 and 4 to high-speed ground idle mode.
Done.
Now, check the system status display and wait for both engines to generate power.
Power is up.
Turn the external power APU switch to off.
Done.
Switch engines 2 and 3 to HSGI mode and check the load meters.
Engines 2 and 3 are out of LSGI and generating power.
Okay, reach out and shut down the APU here on my side. Turn it to the stop position.
APU is now off.
Release the parking brake.
Done.
Okay, next we would normally set up our defensive systems, but we can skip it for this flight. And with that, the before takeoff checks are complete. Alright, time to move. Before we do though, a couple of important pointers. So don't touch anything just yet. First of all, try not to use the wheel brakes to control the taxi speed. Instead, use fine thrust changes, okay?
Understood.
Brakes are okay, especially when bringing the aircraft to a full stop, or when taxiing near ground personnel, or places where we can blow up dust or other shit.
Makes sense.
Now to turn, you don't use your rudder pedals. But that wheel to the left from your yoke has a range of 60 degrees to either side. I don't need to tell you to go slowly, especially during tighter turns, and especially when you're heavy.
I am not a big fan of higher speeds. Otherwise, I'd be flying an F-16.
Was.
Right. The third thing is a reverse thrust. You're going to want to use it obviously to slow down if you're landing, but you can also taxi backwards. When you do, make sure you got a loadmaster on the intercom and that he opens the cargo door, lowers the ramp, and gives you instructions.
Roger.
Okay, gently add power and wait for the aircraft to start rolling. Then press on the brakes to stop.
Okay.
Okay, the emergency brakes are working fine. You can disable them now. Remember that as long as they're on, the anti-skid won't work.
Done.
Now check the normal brakes. Taxi ahead a little and stop once more.
Okay.
Good. Let's move forward to taxiway Alpha there on the right. Straight on. Try to increase the speed level and then decrease it using reverse thrust.
Nice. Right, so when you have your throttle back so far, it's going to kick it into reverse thrust mode. That's why my nose was coming up. So I'm controlling my speed with the throttle, and I gotta find a sweet spot where it's engaged a little bit of reverse thrust on there. That way I don't taxi too fast. And you can tell how far you are into reverse thrust by the cockpit shaking a little bit.
Okay, stop here. Lineup checklist. Pitot and Nisa heat switches to on.
Switches are on.
Set the exterior lights, navigation lights to steady.
Yep.
Top and bottom strobe lights to white. Turn on taxi and wingtip taxi lights.
Set. Lineup checks complete.
Switch to tower. It's channel 3 on the U1.
Roger. Press 3 on comm page and confirm with uniform 1.
line up on the center line.
Roger.
Check final. It's almost like I'm in Microsoft Flight Sim, but better.
Okay, stop here. What do we forget?
Landing lights.
Sandwiches.
Ha, I got mine. We didn't set the tack in for Katesi.
Ah, shit. Right.
Press nav on the CNVP.
Okay.
Type 44 and press T1. You should see the distance in the bottom right part of your PFD.
Right there.
Done. All set.
Hold the brakes and increase the power to take off. Scan your instruments. When ready, release the brakes.
Here we go.
Use nose wheel steering to stay in the middle of the runway. Okay, around this speed, the rudder becomes effective. Use it instead of the wheel.
Jesus, it just
Rotation speed.
took off.
Smoothly pull up on the yoke and climb. Raise the gear.
Gear up.
Raise the flaps now. Keep heading 068.
Flaps are up.
Reduce power to max continuous. Turn to 064 now for exit east.
This is sick. Handle's really nice. Gotta trim your ass off, but it handles great. Or once you get trimmed out, it's pretty good.
Very good. Start climbing and turn towards waypoint 2.
Man, this is cool. I like this.
Passing transition altitude.
Setting altimeter for 29.92.
Okay. You probably noticed that she wasn't very steady in the climb. Remember that it's important to always trim the aircraft properly. Go ahead and trim her out so she goes straight. Don't worry about the heading too much.
Okay. All right. I think it's fine now.
Perfect. Now get the digital map on HD2. I want to show you something.
Okay. Pressing Dig Map.
Oh, cool.
And then HDD2. Got it.
Okay. You can see our flight plan and also a line with a cross extending from the nose of our aircraft. The cross is the cursor used to move around the map, but now you can use the line extending to it to easily intercept our antenna course and get us directly on it and climb to 16,000 feet. Go ahead and do it now.
Roger, getting us on course and altitude of 16,000.
All right, so I'm passing 12,200 feet. I am intercepting the course line. Coming right. This is cool. I like this plane. I wasn't too sure about having the C-130 in, but I think this is going to be fun flying this thing. All right, nose it down, coming to 16,000. And our needle's coming in. There's our needle. Turn it on course.
We're on course toward waypoint 2 and on altitude.
Perfect. Go ahead and select nav.
Nav selected.
Also, press Alt to hold the current altitude.
Okay, done.
Turn on the auto throttles.
AT set.
And finally enable the autopilot. Then we'll have a few minutes to relax and catch our breath before we move on to the next part.
There we go.
Autopilot enabled. So, now this thing will flow itself to the destination like an airliner?
Not quite, but close. We'll cover that in a moment when we move to navigation and autopilot.
Okay.
I like it. I really like this. This is cool.
Alright, I think we should now focus on how the autopilot works, as we'll be using it a lot during the missions. In fact, we'll be relying on it most of the time we're in the air.
Yeah, I know we pilots are lazy. Mostly in the pointed nose jets, though.
Exactly. And they don't have a microwave like we do in here.
Nor the beds.
Right. So the main panel for the autopilot is just ahead of you, next to the master warning and caution. After climbing, you enable the altitude hold, nav, and auto throttle, as indicated by the green on label.
I would never have guessed that is what they say.
And life is full of surprises, right? So prepare for another one. All of the modes we're about to discuss will only work with the autopilot's enabled using the switch on the middle console, one for each of us.
Okay, makes sense.
So let's start with Alt Hold. It does just what it says. It keeps the aircraft level at altitude at which the button was pressed.
Okay, did I hear right that you said it will keep the aircraft level?
Yes. It will attempt to get the wings level so you can't use it to, say, circle above a given spot. But we're not in a gunship, so we don't really need that.
I want the gunship.
I'd love to fly a gunship one day.
Yes.
Better focus on today. However, having said that, there is a way to use the autopilot to make circles in the sky, but we'll get to that later.
Alright, what's next?
Next one is the altitude select button. This one is very simple. Once the aircraft approaches a pre-selected altitude, while climbing or descending, it'll automatically switch to alt hold mode.
And to choose the altitude, I use the Alt cell knob on the ref mode panel.
Affirm. Go ahead and turn it right to select 18,000. The desired altitude is shown directly above the current one on the hood.
See it up there? Right here.
Angels 18 set.
Now, this mode's not automatic, so it won't take you magically up or down whenever you change it. You have to manually set the pitch up or down to be able to intercept the new altitude.
Okay, how do I do that?
There are several ways, but the easiest one is to use another mode, which is the VS. It engages the vertical speed hold mode of the flight director. So let's use it to climb to the altitude you set. Ready?
Affirm.
We could do this without actually disengaging the autopilot, but let's first try it the manual way. You'll disable the autopilot by pressing the disengage button on the yoke twice, the second one to silence the warning. Then, pull up into a 5-degree climb, and press the VS one there to capture the climb path. Go ahead.
Autopilot.
There.
Enable the autopilot.
Done.
The aircraft will warn you 1,000 feet before it reaches the selected altitude.
Thousand to go.
1,000 to go.
Okay, we're at 18,000 feet.
Good. As you can see, the change wasn't very smooth, but there's a better way to do that without disabling the autopilot. Now set the desired altitude to 17,000 feet.
Angel 17 set.
You can either use the on-the-flight system control wheel or the pitch sync on the yoke to command the pitch down and reach the altitude you just set. The latter is the easiest and most commonly used method.
Roger, let's try it.
Simply press and hold the pitch sync button and point the nose 5 degrees down while still holding it. When you're happy with the angle, go ahead and release it. That's all there is to it. Go for it. Pretty cool, huh? Now, press the VS button.
Done. At 17,000 feet.
Perfect. The last thing I should mention is that you can reset the selected altitude to the one you're currently at by pressing the Alt Cell button. Let's move on to heading, shall we?
Let's.
So the heading mode is also rather straightforward. It will make the aircraft attempt to fly and hold a heading which you selected using the knob above the AFCS panel.
I see it.
Go ahead and turn it so that the heading button on the nav radar is set to 090.
It's kind of a pain in the ass seeing both of them. All right, you can right click and hold it, and then you can look over, drag it as you're setting the heading that you want.
Okay, the bug is set.
Now press the heading knob.
Yeah, the bug returned to our current heading.
Yep, this is how it works. Okay, set it again to 090.
Zero 90 set.
Good. Now press the heading button.
Nav mode has disengaged and the aircraft is turning.
Exactly. Like magic, eh? When I intercept the new course, it will move on.
Cross track limit exceeded.
Okay, heading 090.
Alright, now let's talk a little bit about the nav mode. This mode basically follows the course line of the selected route. In other words, it will nicely fly you along all the waypoints to the last one.
Sounds handy.
Yeah, it is. But again, it has its limits. Try to re-enable the nav mode now.
Okay, I am getting the CN9 message warning. And it says, not on intercept heading.
Exactly. It won't turn the aircraft and put it back on the flight path. You have to do that by yourself. If you look at the annunciator panel on the left, you should have the nav arm text, which is also repeated on the HUD.
Affirm.
The nav arm means that the system is ready, but won't kick in until you get back within the parameters to get back on the route. We'll do that using the AFCS wheel.
All right, I am listening.
First, make sure that the alt hold is on and disable the heading mode.
Done.
Now, use the AFCS wheel to put us in a gentle 10-degree right turn. That means the triangle at the bottom of the HUD needs to stop at the first tick mark to the right.
Okay, we're in the turn.
Remove the message on the CNI by pressing the clear button.
Message removed.
Okay, when you're ready, use the wheel to level the aircraft to the heading at 180.
Understood, 180.
Okay, be smooth and gentle when leveling.
So I'm left clicking that wheel, holding it, and as I'm holding it, I can still manipulate the wheel as I'm looking forward. All right, I'm looking for 180. Due south. All right, there's 17. Let's go ahead and start bringing it back.
All right, at heading 180.
Enable the nav mode. It automatically turned off when you use the wheel to steer the aircraft.
There we go.
Nav armed.
As we get close to the original course line, the nav mode will take over. The aircraft will attempt to get back on course. However, if the angle is too great, it's likely that it won't work. So try not to exceed 45 degrees, although technically it could be up to 90, but the smoother the return, the better.
Understood.
Remember that it's important to always trim the aircraft properly. Go ahead and trim around so she goes straight.
Makes sense.
The trim handles way better than any other jet. You can do finer tune adjustments on the trim than you can with the 18, 16, or anything else. I like it.
What is the CAPS mode?
It's a radio-based system used to fly in formation. It tells the autopilot to stay at a certain distance, height, and angle from the other aircraft. Pretty handy when flying with other people, especially in the weather when you can't see the other airplane.
Oh, wonderful. That's nice. That's cool.
Okay.
Should be intercepting any time now. There we go.
I think it kicked in.
Yep. The autopilot will now try to get us exactly on the planned route. So we'll turn left and right until it settles there. And we call that hunting. have 3 modes left to discuss. We'll leave the app or approach for the part just before the landing.
Sounds good.
Now the IAS, or indicated airspeed mode, and AT, which stands for auto throttle, basically have the same function. Keeps the current speed of the aircraft. However, they differ in how they achieve that goal.
How so?
The IAS will use positive or negative pitch to maintain the speed. Auto throttle will rely on the throttles and power.
I see. So, if I enable the IAS and decrease the throttles, aircraft will go nose down to maintain the airspeed.
Exactly. Moreover, you can use the ref mode panel to tell the aircraft what speed you want to fly. As you can see, it's currently set to 219 indicated airspeed, and we kept that throughout the flight so far because the auto throttle was enabled all the time.
Indeed.
Now, go ahead and increase the speed to 235 using the knob.
Okay. We are at 235 knots.
Now, disable the AT and enable the IAS.
Throttle, throttle.
IAS enabled.
Reduce the speed to 230.
The nose is rising up to slow us down.
Now, enable the altitude hold.
Alt hold enabled.
Okay, turn the AT back on. It sounds kind of funny me saying AT when it's supposed to be auto throttles, but I want to make sure that you understand which button to push.
Done.
Make sure altitude select is on and bring us down to 16,000 using the pitch sync and VS mode.
All right, descending.
Check altitude.
And back at 16,000 feet.
Very good. Let's move on to the navigation part. Okay, so in this part, we'll talk about the basic nav instruments, the HUD, PFD, nav radar, and the digital map.
That sounds fascinating.
Right. First of all, set the PFD in the primary flight display of the HDD1. Remember how that was done?
Sure, I have to click PFD from the main menu. And now select HDD1 on the second display. Done.
Good. You'll notice that a lot of what is displayed on the HUD will be duplicated on the PFD. But let's start with the heads-up display first.
All right.
There are a lot of things displayed at the same time, and it may get a little confusing, which is why the good people at Lockheed Martin provided us with 2 display modes, supplemented with 3 data layers and 2 declutter levels.
This actually sounds as if they wanted to complicate things even more.
Yeah, quite the opposite. Let's begin with the display modes. Basic and visual. Go ahead and enable Viz on the HUD panel.
It is enabled and removed the tapes, circles, scales, and letters.
Exactly. It makes things more clear, but of course provides you with less data. Now disable nav data for me.
The navigation data block on the left, lateral deviation indicator, and some other info disappeared.
Even more clarity at the expense of data fed directly to your eyes. Another layer that can be disabled is tact, but it tactically gives you the current G level as well as a number of chaff and flares.
Okay. UNCG uncages the flight path marker?
Yep, exactly. And the one above, marked OS, is quite interesting. Go ahead and press it for me.
It looks like it is a momentary switch.
Yep, it is. Press and hold it. It'll show you the state of my HUD. If you look carefully, you'll see that it displays a different altitude than yours.
Yeah, because you didn't change the barometric pressure setting.
Yeah, very good, I did. Finally, the Cat 2, which is a very specific landing mode that we don't need to worry about here. Also, I won't be going through all that's displayed on the HUD because you should already know it, or you can look it up later.
Thank God, if you did, we would fly into Romanian airspace before you were done.
Yeah, you're right. And that's why before we move on, let's establish a nice left-hand orbit here using the autopilot wheel. I mentioned it earlier. Set up your HUD as you want and let me know when you're ready to move on.
Good to go.
This one's pretty easy. Make sure the Alt Hold and AT are enabled on the mode select panel, and then turn the control wheel left and intercept a 15-degree turn.
All right, turning now.
The bank angle scales at the bottom of your HUD. You'll want the indicator to stop in the middle between the first and second tick mark. Each represents 10 degrees of bank.
Okay, I'm there.
You'll notice that the nav mode has been disabled.
Yep.
Alright, let's move on to the PFD.
Okay.
Okay, so the PFD combines all of the most important flight instruments into a single display. You still should have the PFD menu open up on the AMU, so let's quickly cover the different options.
All right.
The pilot co-pilot menu selects whose display will be affected by any changes you make. Baro selects if you want to have the altimeter displayed in millibars or in inches of mercury, which we commonly use in the U.S.
Okay.
Mag True Grid determines which compass reference is used on the HSI and the compass readout on the HUD. Note that all the settings I'm talking about will only affect the pilot selected in line 1, and we can set up our PFDs in a completely different way.
Understood.
Now the FD, INU, CADC, and RADAL selects the source of information from the flight director. INU, which is responsible for pitch, flight path, and roll, the central air data computer, and the radar altimeter. Typically the pilot would use number 1 and the co-pilot would have the number 2 selected.
Okay, so all these systems are doubled?
Yes, for redundancy purposes. Switching the systems is part of emergency procedures, but this isn't relevant during today's flight. Or at least I hope not.
Certainly, otherwise I might have to select OSB number 2 if you catch my drift.
Yep. Okay, now look at the PFD itself. Let's quickly go through the basics.
looking at it very intensively.
The colors on the display are used to, how should I say, differentiate between different sources of information. Green is for moving scale values and tick marks.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but I am colorblind, just saying.
White is for altitude deviations, acceleration cues, digital readouts. Cyan denotes a pilot's output reference set, so data which we can alter or introduce. Advisories and cautions are yellow, and critical warnings are red.
Makes perfect sense.
Okay, now for the cyan data. Most of it can be set using the reference set panel. These will be going from the top left. Selected indicator airspeed, selected altitude, minimum barometric altitude, the altimeter setting, minimum radar altitude, the one below AGL, and selected heading.
All right.
You can see the autopilot advisories in the green at the top. Now, one interesting thing I want to show you is the acceleration curve. Go ahead and increase the desired speed to 260 knots using the knob.
Increasing speed.
A white caret next to the flight path marker on the ADI has just moved up. It shows if the aircraft is accelerating or decelerating.
Cool.
It is, isn't it? And I can already see the wheels turning in your head on how this is going to be useful. Now, bring the speed back down to 240 knots.
It went below the FPM.
Exactly. Alright, the last important thing here is the HSI, or Horizontal Situation Indicator. The HSI compass is always oriented to the aircraft heading, and the current heading is in the white box above it.
That is pretty standard.
Yep, you're right. The dots on both sides are part of the course deviation indicator. The short line called the CDI head-tail needle shows whether we're on course or not. If it's aligned with the course line, the longer white arrow, then everything is fine. If it's to the left or to the right, that means we're off course.
And we can use the dots to measure how far off we are?
Exactly. Now, depending on the nav source, these will either represent 1.5 nautical miles per dot if the distance to the waypoint is greater than 50 miles, or 600 yards per dot if we're within 50 miles. For VOR, TACAN, and ILS, these will give you degrees of deviation, but we'll talk about that when we land in Batumi.
All right, what's next?
Let's move on to the nav radar. Please enter the nav radar menu.
All right, moving back to main menu. And then nav radar. And now select HDD1 on the second display.
So the low power color radar provides us with enhanced ground mapping and weather detection. It's also capable of detecting other aircraft in skin paint mode and can be used for precision position updates.
Nice, sounds pretty useful.
It is, but say that fast. Precision position updates. Okay, so there are two places where you can adjust the settings on the AMU and on the radar control panel. Let's start with the latter. Feel free to check how things work in practice as I speak.
All right.
Next to the master switch, you have 6 buttons allowing you to choose between the 6 basic modes of the radar. Map and MGM, or monopulse ground map, are mutually exclusive, can't use them at the same time. Both paint a picture of the terrain ahead, but MGM works better at distances above 40 nautical miles, while map should be selected for scales below that.
Roger.
Weather is for weather. It should show you rain and turbulence in a range of up to 80 nautical miles, but I noticed that the weather here in the Caucasus is pretty static and the weather seems to be the same everywhere.
Now that you said something about it, I can't unsee how weird that is.
Hint, hint.
Where skin paint detects and displays airborne targets up to a range of 20 nautical miles. It also shows whether they are moving towards or away from our aircraft.
Pretty neat.
We don't need to worry too much about the last two modes. WS stands for wind shear and BCN for beacon, which provides the capability to interrogate and display responses from ground and airborne beacons.
Okay.
Finally, the PRCN, the precision measurement mode. It's used to correct for certain map inaccuracies. Again, this should be covered in a dedicated training sortie, so let's leave it for now.
Sure. What about the controls below?
The knob below is called Intensity Target Select Switch. By turning it, you choose for which type of display you want to change the intensity level. Your choices are ARM for range and range rings, CUR for cursor, SYM for skin paint and beacon targets, and VID for weather and wind shear.
Roger. And I changed the intensity with the rocker switch next to it?
Exactly. Go ahead and play with it and let me know when we can move on.
All right, let's go.
The rocker switch to the right is pretty important, as it changes the brightness of the radar return of the display. Press the increase button a few times with map mode on. The brighter the return, the higher the elevation of the target headed.
Okay, makes sense. What about the function keys?
OFS switches between the offset and centered formats. FRZ causes the radar to complete the scan bar progress, and then it stops all emissions and freezes the display. PEN switches between the pencil and fan beams, with the fan beam being the one that we use most of the time. Check all three before we move on to the sector select switch.
Okay. So, sector is responsible for the coverage of the scan?
Affirmative. It toggles between 15 to 30, 60, and 135 degrees. Not all the settings are available for all the modes, but we don't need to dive too deep into the details here. Check out how it works and we'll move on. Oh, and don't worry about the PSEL switch for now.
Alright, what's next?
Let's have a look at the AMU options for the radar. The options here for the most part are self-explanatory. Center offset switches between the two types of display. Mag, true, grid changes the directional reference. Heading up, ground track up, north up, changes the orientation of the display. You know about the HDD position, no need to get into that.
All makes sense.
Now make sure you're still in MAP mode and click on range.
There are quite a few options, from 1.5 miles up to 320.
Yes. The number of the brackets shows you the distance between each range ring on the display. To enable 320, 20, you have to push the button next to it twice. Play with it, we'll move on.
Alright, ready to move on.
Alright, overlays. Enter the overlays submenu.
There.
Again, most of the items here are self-explanatory. Two things I do need to mention though. Tactical overlay adds threat identification and threat envelopes to the display. RWR adds a radar warning receiver. It's important to note that the RWR sets on, you can't use the skin paint mode. Have a look at what does what.
Okay, I am ready for the next part.
Good. Now we'll talk about the radar display itself. The top left corner has nav information, bearing distance to the current waypoint, estimated time of arrival, time to go, target ground speed, and our current ground speed.
Target ground speed? Like for a moving target?
Negative. Now, target ground speed is the speed that we need to keep in order to arrive at the current waypoint at a specified time. There's going to be times when you have to be in a certain place at a specific time. That target ground speed will help you attain that.
Damn, I was hoping we would get to be dropping the MOAB on a moving target.
You really should be flying something else. Anyway, to the right you can see the XTK legend, which is a deviation from the selected ground track. The direction of the deviation is indicated in green by an R for right or L for left, followed by the distance in nautical miles.
Okay.
At the very bottom of the display from left to right, you have DBS or MGM for the current ground mode, followed by the selected range and fan or pin for the beam width. Next is the cursor information. We'll come back to that in a minute. Then altitude above ground level, and finally TACAN information.
Alright, and what is that weird arrow above the radar mode on the left?
That's the wind indicator. The arrow shows the wind direction in relation to our aircraft, and the number above it is the digital wind speed. If the indicator looks like a triangle, then the vertical side of the triangle represents the headwind or tailwind component, while the horizontal one is a crosswind. Does that make sense?
Yeah, pretty neat. I think the rest of the display is pretty standard. We can move on.
Cool. The last thing I wanted to quickly cover is the digital map display. The digital map is a very useful tool that helps with our situational awareness. You're going to find you're going to use it a lot.
Sure. It's always good to know exactly where you are.
Well, not exactly, though. It may not show holding patterns or CARP racetracks very accurately. For that, we should be using the nav radar as our main instrument. But yeah, it tells you where you are on the map, plus we can use it to create new waypoints, which we'll cover later.
Sounds good.
As we did before, let's have a look at the AMU, then the cursor control panel and the map itself.
Okay.
Return to the main menu and enter the digimap on the AMU.
Alright. And there.
The map coverage option is very technical, so we'll skip it. The white, yellow, and center allow you to choose the symbology and overlay colors to make them stand out better against the background. Center offset, magnetic true grid, and heading north up are the same as for the nav radar. Go ahead and check out what does what.
Okay, this is all pretty standard.
Yeah, it is. So are the overlays, which only have 3 options here. Again, similar to the ones from the Raider. Have a look at those now.
Yes, looks similar indeed.
To do anything with the digital map, you have to use the cursor control panel located on the center console. You'll also be using it for the nav radar display.
Alright.
The CNI MU tilt lever lock switch selects which HEDs will be used by the cursor control. 1 and 2 in the P position, and 3 and 4 when set to CP.
Okay.
The master display select switch will narrow the selection down. Use it to select the specific display the cursor control panel input will be sent to. You can also just turn it off.
Fine.
The range and zoom rocker switches will change the scale or the zoom. We'll come back to that in a minute.
Roger.
The HUD switch enables you to see the position of the cursor on the HUD if it's in the HUD field of view. Reset will position the cursor along the heading of the aircraft in a certain distance. It's useful if you wander off with the cursor too far from the on-ship symbol.
Got it.
Not going too fast for you, am I? No? Okay. Finally, the handle with 3 different controls. The left one is a tilt switch, the middle one's a cursor control, and the right one is the offset aim point free switch.
What do they do?
The middle one is used to move the cursor around the display. The others have specific functions which are outside the scope of today's sorting. But while I'm at it, you should know that there are 4 different cursor modes: manual, ground, computer, and quick. Though we'll stay in manual for today.
As usual, one simple question leads to a long answer and 5 more things to discover.
Yeah, welcome to the herd, man. Okay, let's focus on the display itself, shall we?
Focusing.
First, use the slew control to move the cursor around. You'll notice that it's always linked to the on-ship symbol with a solid line called a strobe. If you want to quickly move the cursor back, use the reset button.
Okay, very useful to check the area ahead of us or look at points of interest.
Yeah, it is, and for many other things as well. In the top left and top right, you have the nav data blocks. They're the same as for the nav radar. In the middle at the bottom, you can see the varying distance of the cursor from your position, as well as the lat long position of the point that it's currently over.
Yep.
The scales on the left side and above the legend at the bottom are in nautical miles. It will change whenever you alter the zoom. Press the zoom increase switch a couple times.
The scale changes, so does the zoom legend, and the map as well.
We have several different scales of the map available depending on what region you're in, but usually they go from 1 to 50,000 up to 1 to 5 million. Now, pro tip here. If you want to quickly return to the 1.0 zoom, press the range increase switch once.
Yep, it works.
Alright, enough talking. I'm going to sit over here and be quiet while you disable the autopilot and bring us back on our course. I'll let you do it all by yourself now. You've got control.
I have control.
Autopilot.
And this thing handles really good.
Check altitude. Check altitude.
are back on course.
Good. Next we'll talk about the flight plan and waypoints. Okay, let's continue with the navigation basics. Now we're going to talk about the route, adding waypoints, deleting them, and so on.
More exciting stuff. Hit me.
Oh, don't worry, I will. But before I do, let's enter the holding pattern again as we have, what, 25 miles to go to waypoint 3?
Yeah, more or less. Should I use the autopilot wheel again?
Negative. There is a special section in the CNI that's specifically designed for the holding pattern, although we rarely, if ever, use it during missions, but you should know about it.
Roger.
Alright, press the MSN mission button on the CNI.
Done.
In the bottom left corner, you should see PPAUSE hold. Press the LSK next to it.
I'm now on the hold page, and it looks quite intimidating.
Yeah, it does, but we won't be digging deep into the functions now. Take a look at the digital map. The flight plan has now turned teal, and the holding pattern appeared as well.
Stay firm.
This color means that the system is showing you a proposal of the flight plan which you have to approve, or rather, execute. To do so, press the execute button on the keyboard.
And we are turning.
Yep. You can set up a lot of different options such as desired speed, altitude, the amount of fuel to burn, direction of the hold pattern, and so on. But for now, we don't need to change any of those. Oh wait, maybe extend the leg time to 1 minute 30 seconds, which is a standard setting when holding above 14,000 feet.
Alright, should I just type 1.30 and then press LSK4?
Exactly. Go ahead and do it now.
The flight plan turned teal again. Should I press exec?
Yep.
Okay, I think using the autopilot wheel is much more straightforward.
True. And that's why we rarely use the hold function. But it is there and you should be familiar with it. Alright, let's move on, shall we?
Let's go.
Okay, so we have the ability to define two completely different flight plans using Route 1 and Route 2. As you remember, we did set that up while still on the ground, but I made some changes to them so that we can play a little with different options.
Alright.
Good. Press the index button and then choose Route 1.
Okay, on Route 1 page.
We can enter our destination in an alternate airfield here, but we'll do that later. On the right side, you have the non-bank value, which is a bank angle to be used by the guidance for all waypoint transitions, unless a different value is specified for a given waypoint on the waypoint data page.
Alright.
Next, you have the waypoint transition with three options: curved path, radius of turn, or point to point. In essence, these define how the aircraft will behave when passing the waypoint, but we'll discuss the details on the waypoint data page.
Roger.
So let's have a look at our waypoints. You can do it by pressing LSK6 next to legs 1.
I am on the Act Legs 1 page.
Okay, this page shows the active and further waypoints on our route with their labels, course, distance, the predicted time of arrival, and target airspeed and command altitude. Keep in mind there are different types of waypoints, and the DAT display here will be different for a CARP, a hold, or approach type of waypoint, but we'll get to that later.
Understood?
If you click the LSK on the left side next to the waypoint's name, you'll copy that name to the scratch pad. If you use the LSKs on the right, you'll enter the waypoint data page. Let's have a look at waypoint 4.
Looking at active waypoint data.
Here you have the waypoint label, time of arrival, and coordinates. You can also input wind data if you know it, and set the hold parameters for the given waypoint, or modify the waypoint by pressing the MFP button. But don't do it now. Instead, press Next Page on the keyboard.
A lot of data available here.
Indeed. You can check the bank angle, fuel flow, waypoint elevation, time en route, and total accumulated leg estimated time en route, as well as the waypoint transition options.
Yeah, you said we will talk about them later.
Now's the time. In current path, or CP, the aircraft will turn before the waypoint in order to smoothly intercept the next leg, which means it won't overfly that waypoint at all. ROT is radius to turn. Here the aircraft will overfly the waypoint and then turn directly to the next one, which means she won't try to intercept the leg connecting both waypoints. Finally, in point to point, the aircraft will overfly the waypoint, but then it will try to come back and intercept the leg and stay on it. Comprende?
Quite a lot to take in, but it actually makes sense.
Yeah, and the more you work with this, the better you're going to get at it, I promise. We'll go ahead and talk about adding and deleting waypoints now, and I'll show you how it works in practice.
Okay.
There's a number of ways to create a new waypoint, but I'll focus on 2. First, we'll add one using MGRS coordinates, and then make another one using the cursor on the digital app. Ready?
Let's get to it.
Press index on the CNI for me.
Done. Now, route 1.
Negative. Go to the next page.
There.
Now, enter the custom data page.
There. I can see poles plus other waypoints on the right.
Correct. In the top left, there's a Show Waypoint option. If you want to modify any of the existing waypoints, simply press the LSK next to it. This will copy the name to the scratch pad. You can also type it if you like. Let's go ahead and try it. Press on Bulls.
Poles is now in the scratch pad.
Now press Show Waypoint LSK.
I can see the bullseye custom data now.
Yeah. Here you can edit the position and elevation of any waypoint stored in the memory of the CNI. Let's go back to the previous page. Press Custom List.
Back where we were before.
We will now add a new waypoint. Make sure there's nothing in the scratch pad. Type Test and press the LSK next to Show Waypoint.
I am back on the custom data page, but this time with blank spaces next to position and elevation.
Very good. Type 38 Tango Kilo Lima 57100 89600 and press left LSK2.
Done.
Now elevation. Type 16000 and confirm with the left LSK3.
Elevation entered.
Let's add it to our route. Press the legs button.
On the legs page.
Now, in order to add the new waypoint to the flight plan, you have to type its name, so go ahead and do that now. In case you forgot, it is called Test.
Thanks for the reminder. I was just wondering. Typing test. And can you also remind me what the letter T looks like?
Huh. T is a letter in the middle of RTB you will hear soon if you keep asking dumb questions.
Alright. What now?
Now you choose a place where you want the waypoint added by clicking on the line select key above the one where you want inserted. Let's try to add it as our immediate waypoint, so press on LS key next to key pause.
Says not allowed.
Ah, shoot. That's because you can't change your active waypoint from here. You would have to use the direct intercept page, and we'll get there in a minute. Let's go ahead and insert this one between W3 and P-pause and see if that works.
That worked, and the test waypoint is now on the provisional flight plan on the digital map and nav radar.
Bam. Very good. Before we execute, let's quickly talk about the transition modes we mentioned earlier. Enter the data page for test waypoint.
Okay, done.
Press next page.
There.
Move the cursor on the digital map over the test waypoint and press LSK3 several times and see how the flight plan changes. Choose one option and let me know when you're ready to move on.
Okay, now I see how it works. Let's go.
Now confirm the new flight plan using the execute button.
The flight plan is white.
Okay, let's talk about removing waypoints now. You can delete them from the flight plan in two ways. From the legs page, or by choosing a waypoint that is further down the list as your direct destination, which will effectively remove all the waypoints between you and the selected one from the flight plan.
Okay, does this also delete them from the memory?
Negative, only from the flight plan. Now go back to the legs page.
I'm there.
Now, press delete key.
Delete legend has shown in the bottom right corner of the screen.
That means the delete function is active. Remove the test waypoint by pressing the LSK next to it.
Test is gone from the list, but it stays on the digital map, although the flight plan is now teal and no longer goes through that waypoint.
You can execute the new flight plan, or if you've made a mistake, you can also press the LS key next to erase. Actually, go ahead and do that. Select erase.
We are back to where we were.
So the second way to remove waypoints from the flight plan is to set a direct active waypoint that's further up the route. You can do that from the direct intercept page. Press it now.
I am on Act Legs 1 page with two options at the bottom, Direct 2 and Intercept Leg.
Let's say we want to go directly to waypoint 4. You can either type its name or press the LS key next to it.
Alright, W4 is now in the scratch pad.
Good. Press the LSK next to Direct 2 and look at the digital map. Move the cursor if need be to see the whole flight plan.
Yep, the route is teal and W3 is now excluded.
So the system is ready to fly directly to waypoint 4. execute this flight plan, we'll execute the holding pattern and move on. Go ahead and press the exec button.
We're going toward waypoint 4.
Yes. Remember that waypoints removed from the flight plan remain in the memory. If you want to permanently delete them, you should use the custom data page and index. Actually, let's get rid of the test for good. Press index, next page, and custom data.
On custom data list.
Press the delete key again.
Done.
And now delete test.
Test is gone.
Very good. One last thing before we move on to CARP is adding a waypoint using the cursor.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, before we start, we have to remove that not allowed legend from the scratch pad. Otherwise, you won't be able to get the coordinates for the waypoint using the cursor. Press the clear button.
All right, not allowed is gone.
Good. So this one's pretty straightforward. Move your cursor over Pony. That's a city to the northwest of waypoint 4 along the coast. And press the insert update button.
Okay, I have the coordinates for Pody in the scratch pad.
Cool.
Return to the legs page.
There.
Insert the new waypoint between 4 and U5 by pressing LSK2.
Yep, it is in the provisional flight plan now.
Yeah, you could execute it if you want to, but we won't. Simply press erase and we'll move on to other stuff. Unless you have any other questions.
I think I'm good. Learned a lot already in this part.
Cool. So on to the fun stuff. Airdrop. I'll fly us towards Sanaki, and this is where we'll begin that part.
Hell yeah.
We will start this mission out of character and in a rather unconventional way. As before we move on to the fun part, we need to spend a few minutes talking about the cargo menu. The default keybind to bring it up is left control and C. Go ahead and turn it on.
Cool.
As it opens up, you can see a detailed checklist for different stages of flight. What is very cool about this is that you can choose 4 different fidelity levels. From stolen, as if you just stole the aircraft and want to quickly get in the air, to professional, so the checklist that would be used in real life by the pilots. However, what interests us in this particular mission is the cargo tab at the top. Go ahead and press it. Before we do anything else, switch to the Loadmaster view. Press 3 on the keyboard.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
In the cargo menu, you can see the schematics of the aircraft. You can set the rollers on or off, as well as define the lighting in the cargo compartment. The yellow icon shows the position of the Loadmaster. You can move around using the ASWD keys and turn using Q and E, and see that the icon follows your movements.
Sick. Nice.
The numbers on the left, starting with 345 and ending with 1005, indicate the distance of the given line from the reference point in inches. Let's load our cargo for this mission. Select CDS Crate at the bottom and click on it. The blue outline automatically moved to the cargo space, and a blue 01 crate is shown on the right side.
Yep, see it right there. This is sick. Airdrops are gonna be fun.
Here you can choose
Is
the
that the
parachute
MOAB?
type, assign it
No
to a
way.
specific CARP program, and adjust the timer for the parachute to open after the drop, which would normally be used for a higher altitude drops to minimize drift on descent. Move the cargo to the end of the aircraft so that its bottom part is in the middle and aligned with position 1005. It may take some time dragging with the mouse to achieve it. Also use the menu on the right to assign CARP number 1 to it. Press spacebar when you've done this.
Oink. CARP number 1. Okay, looks like it's there.
Now add a second crate and move it towards the end, so that its bottom touches the first cargo you loaded around the position 945 and assign CARP number 1 to it.
Okay. Another crate. Go down until they touch. It's CARP 1. CARP 1. Okay, there we go. Okay.
Add a third crate. Place it above the previous one with the lines touching around the position 885. Assign it to CARP number 1 as well.
Here. 885, CARP 1.
And finally, put a fourth crate and set CARP to 1.
Doing a hella drop, fellas. And then CARP 1.
When you are happy, click on the Load All icon in the top right corner of the blue quadrant.
Right there. Load all. Haha. Nice.
Good. Turn off the menu by pressing Ctrl-C and jump back into the cockpit by pressing 1 on the keyboard, and we'll return to our flight.
All right.
Okay. While you were reviewing the cargo data, I did a little magic in the CNI, so you'll have to enter the weight and stations by hand before we set everything up for the airdrop.
Great. I love clicking away in the CNI.
Yeah, you'll have to do a lot of it. But first, do me a favor and go ahead and enter into an orbit here.
Using the wheel?
Whatever you want.
Negative. Use a P-pause hold.
Oh, okay. CNI, mission, E-pause, execute. Mission, E-pause. Standard at minute 30. And execute. There we go.
All right, ready.
Good. Press the MC index button. enter the weight and balance menu.
Okay.
Here you can enter and change the weight of fuel, payload, crew members, or bags and other equipment. You can also check the weight at takeoff and landing, the latter not counting cargo that would be airdropped and fuel that would be burned.
Cool, you can also enter the weight of guns and Yo Mama next to LSK-6.
Wow.
Yeah, you bet. But seriously, ARM is the measurement of how far the load is in inches from an imaginary reference
And
point, which
MOM is
30
moment.
inches in front of the nose of our aircraft. Don't ask me why it's that. It's just what it is.
I see.
This info is then used by the aircraft to compute the center of gravity, or MAC, which is in the bottom right of the display. MOM is the older way of counting the same thing, so just stick to ARM. Okay, let's move on.
Sure.
Good. Enter the operating weight menu for me.
In operating weight. Crew weight is 1,200? Man, you're fat.
Damn, that's messed up.
You can't go below 1,000 here, and with 2 to 3 people in the back, you can easily get to that number. By default, we use 200 pounds per crew member, though it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Okay, go back to the main page.
There.
Let's enter our payload. Press LSK-4.
Ready to roll.
This part's very simple. You enter the weight in pounds for each item, followed by a slash if it's a normal cargo, or 2 slashes if it's airdropped cargo. Then after the slash, you enter the ARM value.
Sounds easy.
Let's start with the first one. Type 882//1005 and confirm with LSK-1.
Added. The slash is an inverted video.
Yeah, that means it's cargo that's going to be airdropped. Add the same bundles, so weighing 882 pounds each, with their ARM values which can be found in the keyboard.
All right, ARM 945. $885. $825. Done. 1,005, 945, 885, 825, 1,005, 45, 85, 25.
Payload added.
We're ready to prepare the drop using the CARP menu. This is done from the legs page, so let's start there.
Legs selected.
Now our drop point is named, well, drop.
Oh,
Here's data by
would you look at that?
pressing LSK next to it, and then MFP in the bottom right.
I am on the missions page now.
Select CARP 1 init.
I'm there.
This is where the fun begins. The PI position is a point where you want that first container to touch the ground. And in this case, it's accurate, since that would be the drop waypoint location. That location will be marked with emerald smoke.
Roger. Can I alter the coordinates by typing them and pressing LSK next to drop? Can I use MGRS?
Yeah, you can, but it will change the waypoint name and the PI position will still be shown in lat long. Next to it, you have time on target, which is self-explanatory. Below, a few of the items have boxes, which means they have yet to be filled out.
Like anywhere else in the CNI.
exactly. Let's start with the length of the drop zone, which should be entered in yards. All the info is in the kneeboard. Type 1095 here and confirm with LSK3 next to length LET.
Done.
Next to it is the point of impact measured from the leading edge of the drop zone. We want the first crate to drop close to the edge, so enter 100 here and confirm with right LSK.
Okay.
Okay, the next parameter on the left is the slowdown distance, the point at which you should start the slowdown process. We typically use 6 nautical miles, so type 6 and confirm the LSK.
Slowdown distance entered.
Next is the turn point distance, so how far away you are from the impact point, we should turn into it. We normally use 10 nautical miles, and this is what you need to type and confirm.
All right.
Okay, so finally our run-in course in true heading. The kneeboard says 162 true, so type 162T and acknowledge.
Okay, it automatically added the magnetic heading as well.
DZ escape is the drop zone escape distance. Let's leave it at a half mile, which is the default setting. Now, a good habit after editing each page is to press the execute button. This is like saving data, so even if you accidentally press erase, the executed part will stay in the system. Go ahead and do it now.
Cool. Wish we also had a Control Z option. Never mind. Done.
And now press next page.
Page 2 is now open.
We'll start with the payload type, which can either be personnel, CDS, which stands for Container Delivery System, HE, heavy equipment, or bundle other. We should have CDS selected here by default.
We do.
Okay, so down to the right of that we have fuselage station. So the distance in inches from the front of the aircraft to the leading edge of the first cargo to be dropped. This info is needed by the system to compute how long it will take the cargo to exit the aircraft. In our case, it's at the very end of the aircraft and the number is 1005.
Roger, confirmed.
Back to the left side. Number of stages determines if we're going to be doing a single stage, low-level drop, or a two-stage higher altitude one. Let's leave it on one, as we'll be dropping from low altitude.
Okay.
Release system can either be extraction chute or tow, cargo release system, CRS, or not applicable, selected for personnel. Again, we'll leave it at the current selection, CRS.
Gotcha.
Chute type and number. Enter the chute list on the right. Press left LSK1 to copy the chute type to the scratch pad. Then return to the previous menu and enter it using left LSK3.
Okay, done.
Now on to element weight and quantity. Type 882 as this is the weight of one crate /4, the number of crates we have that we're going to drop, and confirm.
The total changed to 3,528 pounds.
It did not.
That's correct. Now CAS on the left is the calibrated airspeed for the drop, with 140 being the default speed. However, the manuals say that if we're slick, so we're below 120,000 gross weight, we should be dropping at 130 knots, and this is what we'll use.
Sure, 130 set.
Okay, finally the racetrack option. Escape will take us back to the flight plan after the drop. It's usually what you do in the combat airdrop. L or R will set up a left or right hand racetrack for multiple drops. So let's say you're doing training and you're dropping one bundle at a time. Makes it easy. Execute to save, and let's go ahead and move to the next page.
On page 3.
5 pages.
On this page, we'll introduce the winds and temperature for the drop altitude, as well as winds for the drop zone. Let's start with the temperature. We'll be dropping from 1,500 feet, so we'll take the temperature at that altitude.
Okay, how do we find it?
If it's not briefed and given to you during mission planning, the best way is to use the average lapse rate. We can do that by using the temperature on the ground as a basis. A rule of thumb, it will decrease by 2 degrees for every 1,000 feet.
Oh, right. So if we have 20 degrees Celsius on the ground right now, then at 1,500 feet we will input 17.
Exactly. Let's get to it. First, the winds at the altitude, which luckily were in our brief. Type 038/04 and confirm with left LSK1.
That is done.
Now the temperature we talked about. Type 17 and confirm with right LSK1.
Temperature at 1,500 feet set.
Back to the left side. Now we'll enter the surface winds. These would be 061/02. Type it in.
Okay, and the surface temperature of 20 degrees Celsius on the right.
Correct.
Done. What is the BAL wind speed?
Okay, so this is computed for the 2-stage drop from high altitude. It's nothing to worry about right now, but we have to set the QNH, which is 2988 at ground level. Type it in and confirm with LSK5.
Okay, pressure set.
Good. Execute and press next page.
All right, we're on page 4.
Here, we'll input altitude and elevation data, including the point of impact MSL altitude and highest obstructions in the area.
Okay.
The PI elevation is correct, so we'll leave it as it is. Obstruction elevation is the elevation above mean sea level of the obstruction that minimum clearance must be maintained. Drop zone elevation is the highest point of the drop zone measured in feet, like hills. We usually enter whichever is higher. In this case, as you can see in the kneeboard, this would be the trees adjacent to the runway. So we'll enter 68 feet.
That is a pretty tall tree.
Remember, you're using MSL, not AGL. So you have to add the height of the tree to the PI elevation, hence the 68. Type it in and confirm with the right LSK4.
All right, the box has disappeared from the obstruction elevation, and drop altitude changed to 568 feet.
Correct. The drop altitude will be computed by adding the required clearance height on the left to the DZ or obstruction elevation. But we can also set it manually using a more comfortable value. Go ahead and set it to 1,500 feet. Confirm with right LSK1.
$1,500 feet set.
Alright, now have a look at the digital map. The cyan flight plan shows you the turn point, slowdown point, and the drop zone. Press execute to acknowledge it.
Done.
Very good. Exit the whole pattern and intercept the flight path going towards the IP. It should show on the HUD as a green square. Then enable the nav mode.
Back in nav mode.
Good. Okay, so normally we would be dropping in manual mode. We want to have control over when we do that drop. But since this is the first time we're doing it, we'll use Autopilot on the way. Later on, once you get the hang of it, you can practice manual drops, okay?
Sounds good.
Sure.
Ten minutes to CARP.
Crew, 10-minute warning.
Acknowledged.
Normally, we would perform a briefing 20 minutes before the drop, double checking the CARP data, location, drop point marking, and so on. But we introduced it together a few minutes ago, so no need to do it again. Set the altitude to 5,000 feet, put the aircraft in a 5-degree descent.
Descending.
Set the aux pump to on. This is required to open the ramp.
Aux pump is on.
Make sure the computer drop switch is in manual.
It is in man.
Red light.
Red light on.
Depressurize the cabin. Set the knob to no press.
Cabin depressurized.
10 minutes, check complete. Okay, a quick recap of what will happen next. After we turn at the IP, you'll set the altimeter to 1,500 feet. Set the airspeed to 180 at descent. You'll want to arrive at the
1,000 to
point,
go.
that altitude and airspeed. At the slowdown point, you'll set flaps to 50% and start slowing down to 130 knots. Okay?
Piece of cake.
This is sick. Hurry up. I want to fly faster so I can get there faster. almost to the IP. Minute 10 to IP. Reset altitude select 1500. Clear the warning. Turning. Slowing to 180. Bring a nose down to 5 degrees.
Set the altitude to 1,500 feet and reduce the speed to 180 knots. Make sure to keep the auto throttle and nav on after the turn and put us in a shallow dive because of the pitch sink.
Descending to 1,500, speed 180 in shallow dive.
To go.
We're approaching the turn point.
Roger.
The cues on the HUD are similar to the ones you may know from, say, DCS as CCRP for dropping bombs.
Hell yeah, spent hundreds of hours playing DCS. Baltic Dragons campaigns are the best.
Shameless plug, but very true.
Yeah, I've tried it more than once or twice as well. So in a nutshell, this is the same as dropping bombs at CCRP. You have to be on course, on airspeed, and on altitude, and things should go fine. Pay attention to the cross track, which tells you how far left or right you are from the desired course.
Easy.
Twenty seconds to 20 seconds to turn point. Then our slowdown points right after that.
We're approaching the turn point.
Roger.
Set the ramp switch on the aerial delivery panel to open.
Switch set.
Ramp opening.
Set flaps to 50% and reduce the airspeed to 130 knots.
Roger. Flaps set, and we are slowing down.
Okay, now set the flaps to 10% in order to achieve a 7-degree deck angle for the drop.
Seven degrees FPA.
Press the caution button. It needs to be enabled for the cargo to be dropped into auto mode.
Caution button is on.
The cargo will be automatically released when we're in the drop zone. You can also press the jump button at any point to do it, but we won't touch it today.
Okay.
Slowdown checks complete. Monitor the HUD prompts and make sure you stay within the parameters. If you see blinking CARP on the HUD, it means you're outside the parameters and it won't drop. Keep on airspeed, altitude, and alignment.
Roger that.
The ramp never opened. Open the ramp. Okay, you gotta hold it.
Crew, 1 minute.
1 minute.
1 minute, acknowledged.
I will clear the CNI messages for you.
Thanks.
Set computer drop switch to auto.
Switch in auto.
Twenty seconds.
Seconds. 5 seconds. Green light.
Ah, sick.
Road clear.
That is cool. That is so cool.
The ramp.
Ramp closing.
Ramp closed and locked.
Flaps up.
That is sick.
Flaps are up.
Set computer drop switch to manual.
Done.
Press the caution button.
Caution button is off.
Ox pump off.
Off is off.
Repressurize.
Okay. Set cabin pressure. Move the knob to auto.
Pressure set.
Now we need to confirm the drop. Press MSN on the CNI and select CARP 1 with right LSK 2.
There.
Select CARP Prog next to right LSK 6 and then next page.
Okay, on the drop results page.
Confirm the drop with right LSK 5.
Drop confirmed.
Okay, drop check's complete. You may turn around and check where the crates went. Hopefully we got a PI, and after that, we'll set up for landing.
Autopilot. Autopilot.
Bet your ass I want to go back and look.
Autopilot. 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 Auto. Thousand to go. Too low. Terrain.
Right on the runway.
Time to program up our approach and landing. We'll be going to the beautiful coastal city of Batumi, and we'll spend the night there.
Awesome. Heard very good things about that place.
Yeah, me too. And I brought something special with me. Remind me to show it to you after we land.
Sure.
But for the time being, go ahead and put us in a nice stable orbit, preferably using the hold position function.
Alright, pressing MSN, then PPOS hold with left LSK6 and execute. Ready, what next?
Good. Let's set up our radios for Batumi approach and tower. Press the CARP button on the CNBP.
There.
Type in the approach frequency, 124.250, and set it for V1.
Approach frequency set.
Now the tower, 118.6, and enter it as V2.
Radios set.
Go ahead and contact approach and let them know we're inbound. And get the weather too, because there's no ATIS for Batumi.
On it. Batumi approach, this is Heavy 1-1, good morning.
Heavy 1-1, this is Batumi approach, good morning.
Batumi approach, this is Heavy 1-1, 30 miles northeast of Batumi at 6,000 feet, inbound for landing. Request ILS approach.
Heavy 1-1, Batumi approach, radar contact. Be advised, the ILS is currently down for maintenance. You are cleared for visual approach runway 13 via Nasdaq to Bravo. Weather at Batumi, wind calm, visibility 10, sailing 9,000, broken. Altimeter 1012.
Cleared visual approach for runway 13 via Nasdaq to Bravo, Heavy 1-1. So, visual approach?
Yeah, looks like it, but not to worry. We'll go ahead and prepare for landing. We'll now update our flight plan to include Batumi and the approach that we're going to fly. For that, enter the legs page and select Route 1.
Seeing active route.
You can see the destination field next to the right LSK1. Go ahead and type the ICAO code for Batumi. It's Uniform Golf Sierra Bravo and confirm.
Batumi added to the route.
Actually, it isn't yet. Now, before you select the runway to land, which is done in the departure arrival page, select it with the left LSK-5.
Okay, on departure arrival index.
Here, Batumi says our destination is the second line. Press the LSK next to second arrival.
Okay, I have 2 runways to choose from.
Select runway 13.
There are 5 different stars to choose from here. I mean, standard terminal arrivals.
Exactly. And the best one for us given our position will be the Netty 2 Bravo. So select that one.
Done?
Now have a look at the digital map.
Our flight plan looks funny.
Does. And we have a discon in it. There's no connection with the actual beginning of the approach at Nedic. Go back to Route 1 and then press next page.
Yep, it is right there after waypoint 4.
Waypoint 4 was the last one in our flight plan. It was set for Batumi. Normally you would just delete the discon, but, well, let's do it. Press delete, next page, and then select right LSK next to the discontinuity.
The flight plan still looks funny.
Yeah, it does. Sometimes deleting the discon makes no sense, because now what the aircraft wants to do is it wants to pass the drop, go to waypoint 4, then on to Nedic, then start the approach. What do you think we should do?
Correct.
Why don't we go directly to Nedic?
Excellent, yes, very good. Alright, press direct intercept on the CNI.
Okay, there.
Select Nedic using left LSK-5, and then confirm with left LSK-6.
That's better.
Okay, don't press execute yet. We have some additional things to do.
Roger.
Have a look at the legs page. The Netty 2 Bravo approach has altitude and speed for its waypoints. Nedic is at 7,000, so set that altitude accordingly and use the pitch seek switch to put us in a 4-degree climb.
To go.
Sweet. Now we'll enter all the data in the told page. Press it now.
On told page.
Type UGSB/13, which is the airfield code and runway, and confirm with the right LSK-1.
Batumi added.
Alright, enter told init page.
There.
The system only has very basic information like the runway heading and elevation. We'll have to enter the rest manually. Normally this would be my job as pilot monitoring, but today I'll have you do this.
Sure.
First the runway heading, which for Batumi is 119 degrees. Type it in and confirm.
Heading entered. Though why is it runway 13 with heading of 119?
Well, over time, the magnetic variance of the heading actually changes a little bit, but they leave the runway heading the same number because otherwise they'd have to update all of the charts and all of the databases and everything. So they just kind of leave it that way anyways. Next, the winds. Type 122/4 and confirm with the right LSK-1.
Wind entered. Next, temperature?
Affirm. 20 degrees and right LSK-2 to confirm.
And done. Slope from the charts?
It is 0.3. and confirm with the left LSK-3.
Slope set. Now the altimeter setting. 1012 is not in inches.
Correct. Georgia uses millibars, but luckily the CNI is smart enough to recognize this and will automatically switch the system. Type 1012 and confirm with the right LSK-3 and watch.
Look at the big brain on the CNI. Lo and behold, it is 1012 millibars.
Elevation's already there, and so is our gross weight. Then RCR and RC, which stands for runway condition reading and runway surface condition. 23 indicates a dry runway, while 0 means a super slippery surface with ice. The surface condition is used when contaminants on the runway exceed 0.1 inches, which would have the value of 10. Since there are none, we will leave 23/0.
All right.
Very good. Enter landing data by pressing right LSK-6.
Okay, these are speeds for each part of the landing with different flap settings.
Correct. And we'll use the standard 100% flaps. Approach is the speed on final. Threshold is the speed when crossing the runway threshold. And TD is the required speed at touchdown. Try to memorize this, and let's move on.
Cool, ready.
Press the XQ button, then we'll exit the holding pattern and fly towards Nedic.
On our way to Nedic.
Before we enter the traffic pattern, we should perform something called the arrival briefing. Depending on circumstances, it will be more or less detailed. I'll do it this time so you can get the gist of it.
Sure, ready.
Okay, the arrival briefing. Weather's looking good. The wind, 122 at 4. Temperature, 20 degrees Celsius. Altimeter, 1012 millibars. We'll be using the NETI 2 Bravo approach. The Batumi TACAN channel is 16 X-ray. The ILS is currently unavailable. The approach course will be 119, and we'll be using nav and on throttles. We'll land runway 13, full stop, flaps 100. Approach speed 127, threshold 117, touchdown 111. Special considerations, ILS is down.
Roger.
Let's prepare some more things while we fly to Nedic. On the AMU, enter the PFD page.
There.
Since Batumi gave us the pressure in millibars, change the system by switching from IN to MB.
Neat. Done.
And now bring the PFD up on HDD1 and return to main menu.
All right.
Now set the runway heading at 119 using the knob, and we'll need that later on. The heading is displayed on the PFD.
Forgot you can right click it. I forgot you can right click and hold it and then drag across and look up at the heading bug. All right, 119 is set. All right, 119 is set right there and right there.
Heading set.
Okay, we're passing Nedic. Set the altitude for a cocky to 3,500 and enter a 5-degree descent using the pitch sync on the yoke. Also, change the speed to 220 knots.
$3,500 down to 220. 5-degree down.
All right.
Approach checklist. Radios?
Set.
Nav aids. Okay, the ILS is not working, but set it up as if it was. Oh wait, first we need to unpair the nav aids. Normally every TACAN has a paired VOR frequency, but at military airfields it can be geographically separated. Not a big deal for Batumi, but better to have that muscle memory.
Okay.
On the CNI, press the nav tune button, and then enter VOR 1.
There.
Press right LSK4 to unpair it from the TACAN.
1,000 to go.
Now type 110.3 and press left LSK1.
This is set.
Move to CNB. Select nav, type 16, and select T1.
Take in set, nav aids ready.
Set up the AMU.
Okay, entering nav select. Choose pointer 1, then select take in 1. Now ILS, select pointer 2, and set VOR 1 for it. Done.
Okay, we've already set up the toll page just now, so it's reviewed. Check the exterior lights, navigation bright and steady, both strobe lights white.
Lights set.
Approach checklist complete. Heavy 11, contact tower 118.6.
Switching tower 118.6.
Okay, contact the tower.
Batumi Tower, heavy 11, 15 miles. Inbound for visual approach.
Heavy 11, Batumi Tower. Report final approach fix with the gear.
Heavy 11.
Passing a cocky and turning towards final. Before landing checklist. Set altimeter and standby altimeter to 1012.
Pilot and standby altimeter set 1012.
Set the speed to 127 and alt to 500. Then use the pitch sync switch to start descending. Put the flight path marker on the shore.
Oh, that is sick. Look, it outlines a runway. That is cool. That's
done.
extremely helpful, outlining the runway in the
Rad
HUD.
out, set to 250 feet.
That is cool.
Knob to rad out, set 250 feet with the knob. Rad out set.
Switch the autopilot to heading mode.
Heading mode selected.
Speed checks, flaps 50.
Flaps 50.
Speed checks, gear down.
Gear down.
Speed checks, flaps 100.
Flaps 100. Gear
1,000 to
down
go.
and locked.
Landing lights, taxi lights, and wingtip taxi lights to on.
Lights set.
Check that the anti-skid switch is on.
Set.
Set aux pump on.
Probably should have done all this a little sooner, don't you think?
Aux pump is on.
Check seatbelts. Before landing checks complete, report that we're on final.
Batumi Tower, Heavy 1-1 at final approach fix, gear down and locked.
Heavy 1-1, roger gear, wind
Autopilot.
calm, runway 13, cleared to land.
Clear to land, runway 13,
Throttle,
Heavy 1-1.
throttle.
To 117 knots.
117, roger.
Altitude. 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 Altitude.
Slow down to
Throttle,
110,
throttle.
put her down gently.
Altitude.
Really grease it on.
Altitude. Altitude.
1110.
Altitude. 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 Altitude.
We're down. Apply the brakes, power to ground idle, use the rudder to stay on center line.
Ground idle.
Now you can use the power in the ground range to slow down and stop.
Okay, we have stopped.
Heavy 1-1, left off at Bravo, taxi to parking via Bravo.
Left at Bravo to parking. Have a good day.
Very good. Okay, follow the instructions. Bravo is the last taxiway to the left.
Greased it, wasn't on center line, wasn't the prettiest, but we are down. And it was still a soft landing.
this is Alpha. Bravo's the last taxiway. Never mind. Just go ahead and continue.
Oh yeah, I wasn't paying attention.
Sorry, sir.
Oh well.
Okay, turn here and put us in the middle of the red octagon next to the van and the truck.
Roger.
All right, let's stop here. Flaps up.
Trim, trim, trim.
Flaps are up.
Set park and brake.
Brake set.
We'll go ahead and shut her down, and then take a look at what I brought for the evening.
Oh, nice. I think I heard about this distillery. Bro was a gunship pilot, right?
Yeah, and then he became an IP in the J model. The bourbon is his side gig.
Nice.
Fireside's Distillery. That is a proper name. Can't wait to try it.
Soon. Let's move on then.
Absolutely. Fireside's Distillery. Can't wait.
Okay, first, we'll need to fire up the APU as we'll be shutting down the engines, but don't want to lose the power. Bring the APU down to start.
Done. Waiting for it to start spinning. And it's spinning up.
Alright, 100% RPM. Set the APU as the power source on the electrical panel.
Set.
Good. Ice protection panel. NASA and pitot heat switches to off.
They are off.
Okay. The rest of the ice protection panel looks good. Go ahead and move to the exterior lights. Turn off all the landing lights.
Landing lights are off.
Now go ahead and do the same with the taxi and wingtip taxi lights.
They are off.
Turn off both strobe lights.
Done.
And now navigation lights to off.
Nav lights are off.
Okay, the cabin pressure's on my side. I'll go ahead and switch it off. We didn't touch the defensive system, so we're good there. Park and brake?
It is set.
Very good. Put the engines in low-speed ground idle.
All 4 engines set to low speed.
Good. That covers the after landing checklist. Let's move on to engine shutdown. Check that the nose wheel is centered.
Centered.
It didn't enable prop size protection, and all 4 switches there should be set to off.
Affirm.
Now we need to pull 2 ECBs responsible for de-ice timer, 441 and 890. Press the ECB button on the CNBP.
Done.
Bring up the ECB on HDD3.
Okay.
Now type 441 890. Press pull, and then confirm by pressing pull once more.
Okay, got yellow advisories on ice protection on HDD3.
Normally we would stop the engines now, but they should idle for about 2 minutes. We'll leave them in low power ground mode for that time, so let's cover some items further down the checklist. Go ahead and cage the standby attitude indicator.
Standby attitude indicator caged.
Set the oxygen supply lever to off.
It is now off. Diluter stays on 100%.
Affirmative. Now set the radar master switch to off.
Radar off.
All right. Turn off the engines. Set all 4 switches to stop.
Done.
Propeller control switches to feather.
All switches set to feather.
Good. All switches on the fuel management panel should be closed, and the tank select switch should be set to off.
Affirm.
Okay? I'm setting the underfloor switch to off.
Roger.
Move the oil cooler flap switches to open. They'll then stay in the middle position.
Oil cooler flap switch is open. Fixed.
All right, exit's clear. Insert chocks. Chocks in place. Release the parking brake.
Parking brake released.
Suction boost pumps are off. Disable the aux pump. Check that the emergency brake select switch is lit up.
Aux pump is off. Affirm on emergency brake.
Good. Now we have to pull the propeller auxiliary pump ECBs. 481, 482, 483, and 902. Type it all into the CNBP, and then press pull and confirm.
ECBs pulled.
Engine shutdown checks complete. Now we'll disable the AGI. Press nav select in the main menu on the AMU.
There.
Select EGI power.
Okay.
Now press master EGI off and verify with the right LSK4.
EGI is now off.
Okay, go ahead and stow the hood.
Done. What is next?
Propeller control switches back to normal.
Jeez, can't you decide? I just put them in feather position a minute ago.
Well, if we don't switch them back to normal on subsequent power-up cycles, the propeller gearbox may overfill.
All right. I'm just thinking about that bourbon.
Okay, we'll hurry up. Go ahead and set the power source switch to off.
It is off.
And stop the APU.
Done.
The exterior lights are off, so the last step is to turn off the battery.
Battery is off. Hey, I noticed we didn't talk about the approach mode of the autopilot.
Yeah, that's because the ILS here in Batumi isn't working. We'll cover that some other time. Anything else before we go?
Nah, I'm good. Looking forward to flying together in more interesting places than the Caucasus.
My thoughts on the C-130J, high fidelity. There is a lot to it, a lot to remember, and I'm looking forward to flying this thing a lot more and getting to know all the systems and procedures with the C-130, but most importantly, that cargo drop mission, that was fun. I can't wait to do actual cargo drops in DCS. Hope you guys enjoyed this long video. Went through all the training missions. I'm looking forward to getting into this thing. Leave a comment down below what you guys think about the C-130 being in DCS, and hope to see you guys later. No aircraft were harmed in the making of this video, except all of them. If you enjoy the flight, hit like, subscribe, and we'll see you in the next sortie.